And there we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have you all here. There's Fox out walking his dog. No, I'm not walking any dogs. Oh, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here. You know, it was a depressing day for me. I was expecting more phone calls today. And it was actually, I was feeling very, very glump here just before showtime. Then my cell phone rang, and I basically got an interview for tomorrow at 1 p.m. And it's with an employer that I left, I don't know, over 10 years ago. But I left on a very good note, you know, proper notice and everything. So it was all good and kosher, so I didn't burn the bridges there, if you will. So that was pretty awesome, and I thought to myself, yeah, you know, this. When I talked to them today, I was surprised that the receptionist was a very pleasant sounding. I hadn't ever met her. She's a new one there, so apparently I do still know a few of the older people there, but it's interesting to see that pop up. And of course, they read through my resume, and of course they seen that I did work for them previously, so and everything was in a good light and a good note, and they need someone like me. So you know, not only do I know their system, but I also know what we can do, and they know how smart I am. So I am stoked. All of a sudden my day went from a frown to a smile, and that is absolutely awesome. And I hope everyone here has had a smiley day, or at least that your day is turning into a smile, because mine certainly was getting up there now. So engine, yeah, and I did mention in the other chat that it is a Swedish company. I cannot tell you the name of the company because of security reasons, but I will tell you something that I did do here in Edmonton. And it was one of the very first companies that ever put in an automated safety deposit box system. And basically our company had to put it in, and I was the primary technician on it to fix things, because I was the only one who was able to read the German manual. And of course that worked out real good. And of course, when you know you're phoning Germany at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the guy's English isn't very good, so they were very happy I was able to converse with them in German. So it is pretty awesome. Please don't do a long stream tonight. Save your voice for 11. Well, it's for 1 p.m. But yes, I am going to try to do that. No, it's not AutoCAD. I can't really talk about which company it is, but let's just say it has a lot to do with banking and security, and they do a lot of bank stuff. So you know, that is pretty neat stuff, and yeah. It's no. Thor, somebody already mentioned IKEA. I think Sue did, and that's it's not IKEA, but they are Swedish. So I'll keep it hush hush. It's a worldwide company though, and they have branches everywhere. Bank vaults. Well, it does have bank vaults involved. It does have a lot of electronic security involved, fingerprint readers, palm readers, retina scanners, things like this. Of course, all kinds of neat access control and things like that. So pretty awesome, and like I say, I'm stoked. I'm stoked. He'll be the new meatball chef Thor. Scurby derby der. We'll get right on it. Anyway, let's get at stuff here. Because I'm so stoked and excited now, I forgot to get at all our things. I did hand out the lava cookies earlier, and we'll make sure that Sophie gets her cookies. Sophie is the first one in today. Thanks for the info. Greetings from Chile. We have your volcano Lascar somehow active. And yeah, well, speaking of volcanoes, we'll get to those in a second. First, my duty is to say hello to everyone. And of course, because we are a big happy lava family, that is what we do on this show. And I know some people want to get on to the meat and potatoes, but just to let you know, what you're seeing on the screen, of course, is Halemaumau crater, and that is Kilauea in Hawaii, on the big island of Hawaii, and that is what's on the screen. The big rock you see, of course, there is the lava rock, or sorry, Lavagator is what we've nicknamed it, the Lavagator. And that is kind of what we've got there. I do see that I need to turn my hamster back on for that screen to point at it. There we go, and that's our Lavagator. And we like him. He's a nice guy. He won't come out of there and eat anybody. Anyway, all good. So we'll start out by saying hello to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as possibly Joseph Fields Official, or sorry, Joseph Fields Texas. I keep forgetting he changed it. And Lucas Snow and possibly some others that might be hiding in the background. But thank you, moderators, for being here. And we'll start out by saying hello to Kananaskis Country and Scott Hartman and Sue Hayes, Linda Schoof, and of course Sophie got the wonderful cookies, and Sarah Miles is here. Henry Nelson made it on board. Kevin Haynes, welcome. Grandma B is here, and nice to have you on board. And going up a little bit more, Bill Kibble also here. Mars 2028, good to have you on board. Andreas, is it Skekel? I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Chile. And glad to have you on board. And Chile is a chilly place, but hey, they had some warmer temperatures yesterday. Up in the northern part, not the south. You need volcanoes to warm you up. And we will talk a little bit about Lascar. Don't know how much we've got there, but not that much, I don't think. We'll get at that. Anyway, Thor is also here from Denmark. Going to have you in. And Hermione and Fluffy. Welcome, Hermione. Silversmith made it in. James Bond or a Q? We'll go with the James Bond one. How about that? And did we get yes, Sarah Miles? Yep. Ooh, high tech. Yep. And Tom and Pepper we got. Welcome. And Tom, I know Pepper's smart. She doesn't want to go out when it's cold. Going up the list a little bit more, and see who else we've got in here. And Scott Hartman, I don't know if I said hi to you, but welcome. Chuckster is in the house. Welcome, Chuckster. Sarah Miles, I think I might have mentioned you already, but good to have you on board. And yep, fingers crossed from all of you. That is excellent. We got Grandma B already. I'm just scrolling up here to see Anita. Welcome back. Good to have you. Ducks eat anything they want. Pretty much. And save a duck. Yeah. Let's see who else we got. Still scrolling up looking for more wonderful people. And let's see. Who do we have that I've missed so far? I think we're just about there. Grandma B we got. Yep. And scrolling up. Gaines. Gaines is back. Welcome. Good to have you on board. We got Linda. We got Sarah. And Gaines also here. And Hermione we got. Okay, still scrolling like crazy up here now, trying to spot as many names as I can really quickly. And of course, sometimes if I scroll too fast, I miss a name or two. Anyway, Lizoid is in the channel. Welcome, Lizoid. Good to have you on board. And who else is here? Okay, I'm all the way to the top, and I don't see anyone else there, but let's go back down to the bottom, see if I might have missed somebody like DJ Puff the Third. Welcome, and let's see, anyone else? Dan the Man is here. Insert your name here. Okay, Dan. What name would you like us to insert? Wonky Donkey also made it in. Trev, welcome. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? I think I've got the rest of you. Okay, should be good. So anyway, yeah, I'm stoked. I like it. It's my day went from being a zero to being a hero. We'll see how things go tomorrow, and I won't stress myself too much today, and that'll be all right. Fingers crossed. That's what we need. Yep, you are our hero. Thank you, Grandma B. And good for you, Dr. Fox. Thanks. And yeah, I just hope everything goes well tomorrow, and it will be good. And like I said, it was a decent company, and I didn't have any real issues. The reason for leaving, of course, was I was enticed by the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. The money was what was the factor, and I'm at the point where I don't think making $2 or $3 an hour more from another firm is that important if you can get a reasonable job with good benefits and stuff like that. So that, I think, to me is a little bit more important. Larry L., welcome. Glad to have you on board. Besides, that'll add to my pension, because I do have a pension coming from that, or will have a pension coming from that company. So that'd be pretty cool. And let's get on with things. Anyway, like I mentioned, we are looking at Kilauea on our screen, and let's see if we can get rid of that big banner. And that is what we are looking at right now. Of course, our navigator looks like the navigator didn't move. The vent moved. The vent used to be over here more so. It's now over here, and they're going to have to move that camera pretty soon. Otherwise, we're going to lose everything. They need to bump it over just a tad, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's back that up a little bit so you can see. It was kind of foggy and hazy, like earlier in the day or during the night. It wasn't too bad looking. And this is like 3 a.m. kind of thing. One of the things I did notice from the nighttime, the fountain was fairly high, and that would indicate that we had a little bit more flow happening. And I was reading through the update report. Really, it doesn't show anything about the flow rate, because it is awfully hard to measure when it is welling up in a situation like this. So this is something that we kind of have to consider. But one thing I did see, that the SO2 output is at about 3,000 tons per day. The lava lake that we see there is still about 25 acres in physical size. And let's see, and what else we got? Really not much on it. It's steady as it goes, and it is continuing to do what it does fairly well, and that is, continue its activity. So very, very cool. Which caldera are we looking at? We are looking at the Helemaumau crater. That is in Hawaii, Kilauea. And that is wonderful. And anyway, yeah, that's what we have there. So if we go through some of the photos, we can of course see the first shot that I took and used for my thumbnail today, and that is this guy. In this shot, though, you do see the larger plume over here as well as over here. So both areas were erupting. This is where we were seeing it previously, so now it's propagated to that side over there. And that is kind of interesting. Other photos, of course, this was from yesterday at 2000 hours or 8 p.m. And you can definitely see that 25-acre pond. And we can see this area here almost looks like it's gotten a little bit bigger from what we've seen before. So it may be increasing in size. The other thing I wanted to point out is we once again are seeing a little bit more glow spots over here, which is really cool and interesting, because we had that pond over here that popped up all by itself. So we may see more activity here in the future. Let's refresh that, see what it looks like right now. And there you go, a lot of smoke happening. And this was the old primary vent. Unfortunately, most of the cloud cover here is hiding our old lava pond. And there you can see the new 25-acre area. And of course, very difficult to see in this shot because it doesn't glow so much, but that is the smaller pond, or that smaller spot. And over here you can continue to see that is a fairly smoothed out lava, a little bit rough in some spots, but do want to point out that we do see kind of a berm that it has built up around it here, a lava berm that the overflow will breach every once in a while. And you can see some of the older flow areas, and that is pretty cool. And then here as well. And of course, this is stepping downward. So this area here is much lower than this lava lake up top here. So if we do see spills, we're going to see them kind of try to fill in the outside areas. And basically, this could build itself up into a fairly nice cone in here as well, if it is allowed to continue to run for a long, long time. And of course, we know that this will go for a while. Hey, Leo Carlson here. Welcome, Leo. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in the door? We got Wonky Donkey, we got Dan, and Gaines we got, and I think we're good with all the names for right now. Yep, Sophie, Sarah, yep, we got them. Mars, we got 25 acres is a 0.1 of a square kilometer. Thanks, Mars 2028. That's interesting. Dan Saw. We're going to call him Dan Saw. Okay, Dan Saw. He's got the cutting edge up on all of us. So there. No, maybe not. I don't know. I'm trying to be humorous. But anyway, amazed that it collapsed, and now it's filling again. Yeah, it's continuing, so that is pretty cool. Let's have a look at the thermal, though. And this, of course, is from yesterday at just before 8 p.m. And you've seen the lava pond, you see the little guy here, and of course we can see the old lava pond the old tow area and the Hornito glowing over here. And when we looked down on the bottom, we didn't see any more fresh lava. So that has been all relatively quiet. And if we refresh that, let's see what's happening. And I didn't actually look. And it looks like it's filled in its lava pond a little bit more. Because that rock is not so close to the edge anymore. So we did have a little bit of growth reestablished here in our 25-acre plot, if you will. I still don't see any new lava down in this area. Unfortunately, we are stuck from here to here, and the top to our bottom, of course. As far as the thermal image, it doesn't pan around or do anything like that, unfortunately. But looking pretty good. And the level, we can still see the old lava pond. The level is still quite low in here, although it is definitely hot, gooey lava in there, sitting waiting to get out. And we'll hope that that level rises one day. And looking at the other shot, also from 2000 hours yesterday, Hawaii time, 8 p.m. their time. That is what it looked like there on the B1 camera. And we'll turn that on or refresh it. And I might add that it was raining there earlier today. And as a result, we have a steam bath. And yeah, because the remember what I was saying, the outer rim here is the lower points. So that's what we're seeing, a lot of steam down in those points. All the water would flow to the low spot and of course get cooked off over time, turn into steam. That's what we're seeing so far. And if we go back over here, that is that live shot from earlier from 3:31 a.m. If we put it back on live right now, that's what we see. And I do want to show you a little video though, so let's take a look at this USGS video. It's just their time lapse, not mine, and we'll let it play and let's see if we can make that happen. So yeah, this is pretty awesome, pretty cool. This was from the 20th that they produced this, so it's already 10 days old, but still worthwhile having a peek at it. And it is from a slightly different angle. And there you can see our Navigator, of course, doing its thing and just sitting around. We do not see the big slab or rock here. We see it here. It's not floating out in the other area. And we know this has expanded on this end a little bit. So pretty interesting to see. And this also has smoothed out somewhat. We do see a whole bunch of cracking around here. And we're always wondering, where is that lava going when it's floating in here and coming out of this thing at a fairly good pace. So where is it actually disappearing to? And that is pretty awesome to be able to see this video. And of course, like I say, that is the USGS time lapse that they produced on the 20th. And that's kind of it for Hawaii for right now. We'll get back there during the breaks and stuff like that. So let us keep going with other places, and we'll head over to Iceland for a minute or two and see what we've got there. I just got to find my Icelandic places. Where'd you go, Iceland? I had you on here. Somebody hid Iceland on me. Oh no, Iceland is disappeared. Where did you go, Iceland? Or did I put you underneath something all of a sudden? No, not that one, not that one, not this one, not there. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay, I found Iceland, and here's the reason why I couldn't tell what it is. Love that visibility. Somebody go get the windshield wiper going on the snowflakes. The new Atlantis dock. It's sunk. No, we got snowflakes. And that is what we are seeing on that screen. Snowflakes. Let's back up a little bit in time. You can actually see the city of Reykjavik right there. And this is just when the snow was starting. And I was wondering what happened. I could swear I seen it earlier. It didn't disappear. But let's go back to about the 10-hour mark. And actually, there's kind of a clear spot here, a little, I guess, not quite 10 hours ago. There we go. And you can see that they did get a little bit more snow on the ground. Obviously, they're getting more snow right now. But the hills in the back covered up with clouds, don't see too much. And that is kind of what we're looking at. And hard to see what is going on. But just at 7.5 hours ago, this is what it was looking like. So a lot of foggy cloud material popping in there, doing its thing, and that's kind of what we were seeing. I'm going to put that back to live. Hopefully they'll get a windshield wiper for that, and we'll be able to see something. Next one, of course, is this one, and it too is showing the immensity of the snowstorm that's happening there right now. And looking at the lights, you can really tell it's blowing snow pretty harshly, and that is yeah, it's a snowstorm. Let's back that up about 10 hours and see what it looked like before the snowstorm. And we'll go actually about, we'll do the same thing, about 9 hours and 38 minutes. That gives you a bit better view. And you can see the road was still clear here. And we do see that they did get some fresh snow all over the place. Very cool. I'm actually not sure where this particular camera is located, but I'll figure it out. And we just brought it online, basically. Well, we found it just a couple of days ago, so we need to figure out where MBL actually has it located. We'll take a look at that later. Anyway, that's kind of what they're seeing there. Earlier, if we go back to about 11.5 hours ago, did not look too bad. Maybe. Come on. What happened? All right. Oh, there it goes. YouTube, blame cold pepper. Okay. Anyway, that's what it was looking like about 11.5 hours ago. And that is not too bad. Let's move that back forward. And there is that snowstorm. And we'll go over to the other one here. And this one, of course, is beautiful, isn't it? No, let's pack that up as well. And again, likely the same scenario. I'm going to go all the way back to just about that 12-hour mark. See if we can see Katla in here. And no, Katla is hiding behind those clouds. Normally we see Katla over here. But unfortunately, with that cloud set coming through, definitely looks like a snow. And yeah, we're not going to see much. And it got worse progressively as the day went on. Actually looks like maybe some rain mixed with snow in this area at that point in time, because we don't see that much of an accumulation here on the grass. So all cool. But later on, about an hour later, big difference. There you go. You see some white flaky stuff, and definitely blowing over the cliff and all that. And then later on, it calmed down for a few minutes again. Oh, you almost see Katla in the back. Almost. It's back there. We know it is. Nobody's taken it. It's too big to hide. So it's still there doing its thing. All cool. Anyway, we'll put that back to live. Next, a quick shot, of course, would be this one. And this is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, out right beside the lighthouse. That is down there. And of course, what we see here, the two towers, those are the Navy communication towers, and the blurry lights of the town of Grindavik. And yes, the glowing amoebas. It's snowing there. We've seen the beam go by, the beam from the lighthouse, and we do see the water droplets on the camera lens. We'll back that up as well and see what it was looking like. And I have to be careful because there are times where we couldn't see a darn thing. There we go. This should work almost. Yep, we can see a little bit. If I go back kind of a 10 minutes before that, it was iced up. So as we move along, you can actually see that ice sliding off that camera lens. And that is actually pretty kind of neat to see. They do have a what they call a dew heater in that camera box to help heat it up. Anyway, you're not going to see much off in the distance. We do see one of the steam geysers right there doing its thing, and that wind, of course, blowing across here, keeping it low to the ground. There's another one right in here, and of course over here are very, very difficult to see. That is the geothermal power plant that is run on the steam geysers, and the acceptors are right in here. What they use to get or harness the steam with, and the facility here generating power. So we'll see what that looks like in a little bit. And let's see, there you go. Starting to look like a lot more snow, and I think that snow has pretty much passed through most of the area, but we know, you can see the beam, it's not slowing right at this point in time. That is about 5 hours and 45 minutes ago. If we go put it back to alive, we do see the snow is still coming down. We see a little bit of a glow in the background here. That is the city of Reykjavik. And of course we know that is Grindavik and the towers. Anyway, it is break time, and thank you for the 3-minute warning, Piggy. I did read that, and thank you very much for that wonderful thing. I'm going to put you back over to Kilauea for right now, and we will do our thing to go have a look at the harmonic tremor chart and earthquakes for Iceland right after we come back from our break. And then it'll be pretty cool and pretty awesome. Some interesting things there that will make you wonder what's going on. Anyway, for those good folks who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do give it a quick bop. Of course, our target is to get up to 100 or more so the YouTube analytics can take over and do their thing. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes after a little break. Gotta stretch my legs, that kind of thing, and we'll go from there. And yeah, what was the Super Mars car? We do have, yeah, the new, what was it? I called it earlier. It's the Tefra Tesla. The Tefra Tesla is the new model that's coming out. It runs on a Tefra. It'll go for thousands of miles. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. And here comes some music. Thanks. go. I am back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And let's see who made it in here. That is Kim Raudenbush. I see a member for 1 month, lavalier. He's a lavalier with horns. Yeah. Welcome, Kim. Glad to have you on board. And thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue and Kevin and Gaines and Mars and Kananaskis Country and Wonky Donkey and Hermione and Fluffy. And I think we got everybody. And that is good for now. And glad to be here. Now, somebody had mentioned here, I think it was Trevor, saying that, hey, that looks like the lava vent has moved from over here to over there. No, this is a different vent. This is new. This is where it was. And when we go back in time, and that is a nice part about having a bunch of hours recorded here or available to us, you can see if we go back, let's see, how far do we want to go back? About here. That'll kind of show you. We had it splashing up here. Remember, it was 3 primary shots that were coming up here right by the Lavigator. Well, this seems to have migrated, or the flow underneath here has migrated over to that point. So it's actually kind of a new bubble area there, but it is stolen all the lava from here, so it's moved over. And what I was remarking earlier was saying that they're going to have to move the camera over. Yes, if it migrates any further to the right-hand side here, they'll likely do that soon. Even if they pull out just a tiny bit and move it over, that would be okay too. So pretty awesome. Kim says, Docs, I'm playing Rocky Horror and doing the time warp again. Yeah, we try it. Of course, that is some of that newer music I've been working on, trying to get incorporated into the rest of our stuff. So, you know, it's forever progressing, guys. That is what we've got going on. Anyway, let's go over to the harmonic tremor chart for Iceland. And you see what's going on there? That is pretty cool. It's like yikes, spikes. And we see 3 fairly prominent spikes in here. And I'm going to refresh that, though, because we do have a little bit of a newer data. And there we go. And that is kind of got all the way up here and heading back down. So I'm going, yikes, spikes, what's going on? But not all 3 colors are up there. The green seems to be lagging. So this is for our Fragile Fjeld area, unfortunately. And we don't see too much activity there for earthquakes and stuff in that area. And I did check, and we can find out what this is about shortly. And that right now is tectonic for the most part, but we'll have a look. But anyway, you can see it went down, came up a little, dropped back down, and then went way up and spiked during, I believe, an earthquake not too far away from that area. Anyway, that will also look for the other 2 quakes that would have occurred in that area somewhere around then, and see what's going on. Let's take a look at the Grindavik one, see how it spiked. And on the way there, we're going to stop off and look at the Grimsey, if you like. And there's a Grimsey. It dropped and I came back up. So dropping, coming back up. Tectonic action, plates moving. That's basically what that's telling us. Not necessarily any magma movement. And here is our one for Grindavik. And of course you see the same thing as we did at the Fragile Fjeld, but we're not seeing those 2 big spikes at the morning hours. And we do see the drop though, and up a little bit, back down, and up quite a ways. And their green though is way up, and that is interesting, but we are seeing it on a decline once again. So we'll see that going back down. The other one we want to take a look at, of course, is over at Krusevik. Grindavik is to the southwest of Fagradalsfjall, and the Krusevik is, of course, to the northeast. So let's scroll and scroll and scroll, and we will find it eventually, and there it is. And we see that one dip down. We definitely see the two spikes in there from in the wee hours of the morning, and we can't tell how far that went up because it's right off the scale. And that is what we've got going on there right now. So pretty interesting to see. So we will put this one back over onto our Fagradalsfjall so we don't lose it. And that is what I can recognize easily. So there we go, Fagradalsfjall. And again, we see those two spikes, and then this major one. So let's have a peek at the earthquakes. We didn't have that many earthquakes there today, but we do have a lot more than we did yesterday. We've got 56 showing on our clock up here for the last 24 hours. And of course, the first thing you see are these big circles. And let's take a look at those. They're out in the water, way out. This one is from 2120, and that is 2.8, 10 kilometers down. The other one is from 2130, and that is 10 kilometers down. It's a 3.19. The other one is a 2.8. So that is definitely way out and showing some tectonic movement. And when we take a look, and I did say I was going to show you where the lighthouse is and the camera location. There's the lighthouse, and there's another tower in here. I'm not sure if that star is depicting that, but that is where roughly where that camera is located. And there is the pond in front of the power plant, the geothermal plant. And of course then we slide over here towards Grindavik, and we see the town of Grindavik and the two radio towers that we've seen. And then of course north of that is where the Blue Lagoon is located, and it's a power plant. It's also a geothermal plant there. And of course up on the top here of the peninsula, we see a Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, and Jarðvík, and that kind of thing. And there's our capital city of Reykjavik. Anyway, looking at the Fagradalsfjall area, that is this outline going right in here, and we don't see any quakes in this area. So we know our volcano isn't seeing any magmatic stuff happening. We do have Ragnar is located right here at this little cone, and of course the Siggy Fisher are right over here. And let's go over a little bit. This is Krusevik, and Krusevik is our wonderful neighbor. Let's take a look and see what we've got there. 2.06 happened at 6:10 a.m. So that's possibly one of our spikes. 4.7 kilometers down. The other one came in at 2:24 a.m. 2.02, 4.8 kilometers down. That would be our other spike that we've seen in the mornings. And that 3 point something over there in offshore, that's likely the latest, the big one. So let's look at these ones real quick here and see what we've got. 1.06, 5.6 kilometers down, 3:28 a.m. We've got a 0.92, 5.5 kilometers down from 2:58 this morning. Then we've got a 0.75, 6.2 kilometers down, 2:30. And from a 7:01, we've got a 0.61, 5.1 kilometers down. Then a 0.65 from 6:14 a.m., 5.8 kilometers down, and we also have a 0.58, 6.2 kilometers down, 6:25 a.m. A little further over to the east, we see a 0.71, 6.5 kilometers down from 3:14. So definitely a little bit of activity there, and that is all pretty much south of Kruševik, but we'll see what happens in the future. And of course, this one here, 1.3, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is a fairly recent quake at 23:16 is the time on it. Then we've got a very small zero here, 5.2 kilometers down, 13:44, and a 1.02 from 2:30. Oh, sorry, up 2.3, just about 2.4 kilometers down, and it's at 3:56. My bad. This one is from 5:48 a.m. a magnitude 1.22, 7.8 kilometers down. And then we get this one, 1.2, 3.8 clicks down from 16:04. And we don't see anything at Katla today. That is a little odd. And the other one here, that's Hekla there. So the other two are kind of in between. Over here at Grimsvatn, we had a very small 0.5, 4.5 kilometers down from 21:06. We had a 0.6 over here on the edge of the ice fields, 9:16 a.m., 11.1 kilometers down. Then we've got this one 0.9, 1.4 clicks down from 15:38. And we've got this one here from 8:57 in the morning, 0.7, 1.1 clicks down. And this one 8:57 as well, 1.2 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down. Going over here, and that should be, is that a Grimsvatn? No, that's Krefjord. Some of those Icelandic names are difficult. Anyway, that's a 0.9, 3.9 kilometers down from a 8:06. And let's take a look at this guy. This should be a little, this is Asja. Yeah, so over here, yeah, this would be a Bardabunga area. And that is Grimsvatn. So, and Asja has a few of them, and we've got a 0.4, 3.5 kilometers down from a 15:52, then a 0.52, 4.2 kilometers down, a 4:35 a.m. Then we've got a 0 from 4.1 kilometers down, 17:30 is the time on it. And 57 minutes after midnight, we had a 0.42, 4.6 kilometers down. And looking at these ones here, very small 0.27 in magnitude, 6.5 kilometers down. That came in at a 4:54. Then we've got a 1, magnitude 1, and that is 6 kilometers down from 4:41 in the morning. And we also have this 0.4, 6.4 kilometers down, 4:58 is the time on that guy. And let's continue on and see what else we got. We don't see too much around here, right? There's the sensor, and here's the very small quake that, what's going on? It won't let me click on it. Is it catching up? There it is. Okay, 0.1, 2.8 kilometers down, and 22:10 is the time on it. And then we've got this one from 16:56. And that is a 0.6, and 1.7 kilometers down for him. Moving up a little bit more, we'll get these two, 0.5, 1.3 kilometers down from 9:44 a.m. And this brand new one here from 23:35, a 0 in magnitude, and 0.9 is the time on that. We do see a 0.6 over here. That is 5.1 kilometers down from 2016. And let's go take a look at what's in the water. And all kinds of a little, kind of a swarm in there. And let's see, we'll start out with this magnitude 1, 4.8 kilometers down, 14:21 is the time on it. This 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down from 17:47. We'll grab this 1.3, 5 kilometers down from 2145. This one, 7.1 clicks down from 2253. We got a 1.2 here, 6.8 kilometers down, 2137. And let's zoom in just a little more. We can spread these out a little bit more. Another magnitude 1, 6.7 kilometers down from 1033. And 0.7, 6.2 kilometers down from 935. Then we got this one here, 0.7, 6.8 kilometers down, 8:25 a.m. And from 2237, we got a 0.8 in magnitude, 5.2 kilometers down. A 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down, 2153 for him. And then we got a 1.2, 4 kilometers down, 2041 is the time on it. Next one over is from 1811, a 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down, a 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down, a 2207. Let's grab this magnitude 1 over here, and that is 5.5 kilometers down, 1717 is the time on it. We did miss this 0.8, and here 5.2 kilometers down, 2:19 a.m. And this 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down as well, 56 minutes after midnight. Going up a little bit more, we see a 1.0 of 6.7 kilometers down. I think we got him, didn't we? Yeah, we did. And we got that one. And what about this one here? 1, and that is 7.1 kilometers down from 2253. Looking at the other one over here, 4.8 kilometers down from 1421. And the 0.8 up here from 5.2 kilometers down from 1747. And that is, I do believe, it for quakes. No, one more. Get a little closer to Grimsey. There's our island of Grimsey, for those who don't know. And there's the Grimsey sensor. And there we are, right there. You can always go over there and visit that island if you like. And this is a magnitude 1.2 from 10.54 kilometers down, 6:19 a.m. That's our quakes for today for Iceland. Oh, hang on, there's another new one, or something we missed. 2.9, 5.2 kilometers down, and that is on the other peninsula, and that is 5:09 a.m. for him. So, Dr. Fox sounds like a submarine, a volcano. No, it's Kathy, it's just a tectonic movement. We get that all the time. This is not unusual. We've seen that many a time, although it would be really cool to see a submariner in there, and that would be kind of neat. I see one of our buddies was eating and just left, so that's all cool. But yeah, it would be interesting to see a submerged volcano erupting, but the problem with that is we have no visibility. I'd rather see something like Ragnar or even the Siggy Fisher on the surface, because that gives us a whole bunch more to look at. When we see bubbling and churning water, it doesn't help us so much. But anyway, that is pretty cool and nice to see. I want to zoom in on this one just to see where it is. And yeah, I don't know, right on the peninsula. And I'm sure there's a faults there, and of course we have the other volcano out here, some older ones as well. But I haven't seen this, what is this, Schneefeldjökull, if I said that right. Some of those are difficult to pronounce, and that would be basically a snow-covered mountain, translated roughly, if I'm right. But yeah, this would have created our spike for the late afternoon. And the other ones over here, these the two that we've seen, the 2.06 and the 2.02, those would have been our two culprits that would have done our other stuff the other two spikes in the morning for our chart. And if we look at that chart, you can see where that is. So these two, and then this big one from, that's probably doubled up in here, but that's kind of what we're seeing. So pretty awesome, pretty cool, and it is a nice. We got enough time to go take a look real quick over at our wonderful Azores, which is just down the path from Iceland, and of course it's on the mid-Atlantic ridge as well. What you're seeing here, the harbor lights from one of the harbors there on the island of St. George, and of course there's one of the towns. The lights you see off in the distance, of course, that is Pico Island. For those who aren't familiar with this scene, this is a daytime shot, not from today, but just to give you an idea what it looks like over there. And you can definitely see a Pico volcano over on Pico Island, and the harbor down in front with the little village off on our right-hand side there. Next shot, of course, is the other place, the cove. And since we are getting here just before midnight, we can see some waves splashing. It'll stop in another 30 seconds. That's why I wanted to show it now. We want to see how rough the ocean is. We do see some splashing there, but not too bad. And that tells us, hey, it's not that calm, but also not that rough out there. And that shot, of course, it's going to stop right at midnight. That camera stops. That is, not this one here. And again, this is not from today. This is one of the other ones, but that's what it looks like. So pretty awesome to see that. Let's take a quick peek, see if we had any new earthquakes on the island of St. George. That is what this particular map is for. And we aren't seeing anything. The last one was on the 27th. So that is kind of where we're at. And we do have the other map though, and I am going to refresh that really quick, and we'll get that out of the way before the break. And after the break, we will go back and take a look at our wonderful stuff in Mexico and places like that. The only quake we see, there's of course St. George and our wonderful Pico Island, and Terceira, where the other volcano is located. And Terceira is right there, the volcano, and this is where that quake happened 15 hours ago, 2.3, and that happened at a depth of about 4 kilometers. So that covers our Azores as well. It is time for another break for me, so I am going to go take a break. We'll put you back over to our wonderful Hawaii and throw you back in the Kilauea caldera, and that is of course what is it? Halamaumau crater. I don't want to throw you in there. Just watch it. It's okay. Because Dan has got a saw. Anyway, Dan the funny man. No, Dan saw. Dan saw. He's got a big saw somewhere. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting on the outsides looking in and you feel we've earned it, by all means, give that subscribe button a quick bop. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have bacon seeds. And then from there, we will go over to Mexico and work our way south and onto the wonderful South American continent and see what's happening there. All right, and then we'll give you an update on all the volcanoes though, before we actually go too far. Anyway, yep, bacon seeds coming up. Don't go away. I'll be back. Thanks. back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have you all on board here today. And I am just double checking that I did what I was supposed to, and I did. Okay, so it is great to have everyone on board here. We see welcome backs from Sue and Scott and Kevin and Mars and JB and Arizona Snowman bringing up the weather. No worries. And thanks DJ and Dan and Hermione and Fluffy and Kananaskis Country and Oink Oink from Arizona Snowman. And yep, 15 Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit. That's not that bad for winter in Arizona. I'll take that any day of the week. And Gaines, thank you for the welcome back as well. And I see JB did make it in, and all cool. So, hey, let's go over and take a look at some bacon seeds, and that is next on our agenda. So let's do that and see what we come up with. And of course, there is the last little mud muckers that we seen yesterday. And of course, we know that Piggy is going to get out of Piggy jail soon, and this is Piggy in Piggy jail. She's still under house arrest in her sty, but she will get out soon on the weekend, and it is all awesome. And we'll see what happens when we have her on the loose again. Hopefully she'll take it easy and not go too hard and too fast. But she did send us some more bacon seeds. See, there she is doing her thing. And of course, we will take a look at the next wonderful bacon seed that she sent. And that is this guy. And look at that. He's got a smile on his face. He says, yep, hold me, carry me around. I don't have to use my trotters. Yay. And getting petted and everything. They are wonderful looking little guys, loving to snuggle. And tuxedo cat pig, sleeping pig. Yeah, he almost looks like he's enjoying being cuddled and kind of curled up there. And let's see what our next one is. He's looking into the camera, going, I see you in there, looking at me. And he's got a smirk on his face too, and love it. You gotta love these bacon seeds, and they are pretty. Okay, I want a peg. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And next one is this guy, little on the skinny side, but I'm sure his smile will get him all kinds of food, and that'll be good. And that is a very, very nice looking bacon seed as well. And let's see what we got for the next one. This is our next bacon seed, and this guy looks like he's got a little different colors. His ears are not straight. How come? But he's got kind of a smirk on his face. Very, very cool. We like it, and that is, oh, I made it in time for bacon seeds. Mona Alfano, welcome. Glad to have you on board. A wombat piggy. Oh, you figure that's a wombat piggy? That looks cute. Wonky ears. Yeah, it's a wonky ears. Where's that wonky donkey? Yeah. And all good. All right, next bacon seed is this guy, and he is snuffling some sprouts of straw or something. I don't know what he's chomping on there, but he's got a smile on his face, and he must be enjoying the outsides. He does look like he might need a hogwash, though. We'll see what happens in the future. Anyway, one more bacon seed, and then we are good for our bacon seeds. And that is this one. Actually, hang on, give me a second. I gotta turn the volume off on my other live stream here. That I noticed the audio coming through a little bit. Okay, last bacon seed for today is this little cutie, and this is a very, and he's smiling too, very, very cute little guy. Definitely a small, and definitely, yep, it's an itsy bitsy, yeah, a very, very cute little guy. Is he ever a thin? This one isn't too thin. He's got a little bit of a belly on him. He looks like he's okay. The last one was a little bit on the thin side. Did you get the side-by-side shot of a thistle? No, not yet, but I will actually do that right now. I tried to do some piggy, but I will. We're going to bring these up anyway. I've got the little one. I don't have it loaded, but I'm going to load that one up right now. And I've got the other ones in stock here, so we can take a look at a couple of them. And I just got to find it. Of where did it go? Okay. Anyway, guys and girls, please, no making too much noise. Thistle is sleeping. Okay. There is a thistle snoring. So, laying on the bed. And that is a thistle there. Let me see if I can get the other one up and see where. I was going to do a comparison shot between several of the other ones here. Why am I not seeing the other shot? I had it. I downloaded it. Where did it go? Oh no, somebody stole my shot. Okay. I gotta see if I can find that again. Why did it take off on me? No. I tried, Piggy. I honestly tried. Let's see. That is gonna be in. No, that's just that one. Yeah, there's the other one. I'm gonna try to get that one. Save that picture again. And XX and then thistle 020. Okay, it says I already saved it. That is odd. Yes, save. And okay, and then we're gonna do the other one here, and XX0. No, XX thistle 021. There we go. And I will see if we can get those in there. So we'll do the comparison now. So I should be able to bring that up if I open it up. Let's do this again. So for those who have been following the stuff with thistle, a thistle is definitely growing. And let's see if we can get that into place here. Come on, why is my picture not wanting to move? Okay, there. So this was a thistle when a thistle was young, and that is a cute little poochie. And then we will get the other one, and that is right. Where is it? Right here. This is thistle now, and it's growing so quickly, and that is really amazing how much a thistle has grown. So yeah, there you go. That's kind of what we see there with thistle growing up, and that is a pretty awesome. And I don't know, you know, you keep feeding thistle, thistle's going to get bigger. Yeah. And from the small to what it is now, a thistle certainly has Yeah, wow, a thistle, a big dog now compared to what it is. And Eddie Murphy wants a donkey, a Shrek franchise himself, but it means what expanding a donkey and a dragon intimacy. So say so nay. Anyway, we do see the difference between the little shot, and you should be holding them and trying to pick them up and hold them the same way, Piggy, so we can compare them. And that'll be, actually, you can't do that anymore. Anyway, that is Thistle, you guys. So, quiet, Thistle is sleeping, it's all good. And let's leave it as that for right now. We'll turn those guys off. And thank you for sending those in, Piggy. And of course, thank you for sending in the bacon seeds as well. We really, really do appreciate it. She is a 4 kg now, so not allowed to pick her up. Oh, yeah, 4 kg. That's like, what is that? Times 2, 8, 10 pounds? For 4? No, yeah, that's about 9 pounds, 10 pounds. Got a little bit bigger. So, yeah, you better not be picking her up for a while until you heal up some more, Piggy. Anyway, let's go over to our next place, and we will take a look and see what this is all about. And I didn't get a chance to load it up yet, but that other video, I was going to let that play during my next break. And we will. And I want to delete a couple of other ones here. I've been doing other stuff looking for work today, right? So I'm pretty preoccupied trying to do that. I did manage to get that other video out this morning of Fuego. And that video I will bring up. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. And of course, this on the screen is our wonderful Popocatepetl in Mexico, and that is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. You can see it's pluming a little bit. We do see some kind of a UFO going up there, moving across the sky, and I'm not sure what that's all about, but it is definitely moving along there fairly good. I don't know what it is, but pretty awesome. Anyway, going back, we did see some plumes coming out of our wonderful Popocatepetl today. Nothing too serious. From about 5:21, there we see this, and just billowing clouds. Nothing too major or fantastic. A little bit earlier, we had a little bit bigger plume, and that was from about 1700 or 5 o'clock itself. We see it started out relatively benign, and then it started to grow into a little bit more of an actual eruption of sorts. As we progress here, you'll start to see the blasting of the tephra and other gases, lots of ash in there and stuff like that. So that, of course, kept on going, and again, it did a little bit of that extra get up and go for what we've seen. And if we go back, there were a couple of other fairly large output eruptions here. I'm just trying to find them, and let's see. Oh, here, this one. Where is it? This somewhere right around here. And let's see if we can locate that and push that forward a bit. And we see that. There we go. Gives you a pretty good idea of what was going on. And that one wasn't too big, but it did start out fairly nice, and kept on going for a little while. And I know there was some bigger ones here that we wanted to see. Not as big as what we've seen a few times. Let's see if this one here is. This one was in the morning hours. It was kind of a multi-stage show, and that was it here. I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time to expedite the process here. So that is what we were seeing, and not bad. That is the golden time at 7:09 a.m. and that is what we've seen. And it kept on puffing for a little while there, and you see some darker ash following up the gaseous clouds. So definitely a little bit of tephra in there, ash and heavy gases. Pretty cool looking, but we never did see anything that was really, really major. We do have one way back in the early morning hours here from, oh, hang on, that was a little output of lava. Let's see what it did there. Let's watch this. I didn't actually notice that earlier. You can see the tephra flying out, lava bombs. We got 4 lava bombs. That's pretty cool. That is kind of neat. I missed those. And darn it, we have lava bombs from Popocatepetl, although they are very small little lava bombs. And that's all cool. So we know there is stuff going on there. So one of these days we'll see this puppy really light up. And that's what I'm hoping, that we'll be able to see something major come out of it, and be a pretty awesome sight. And of course, for those who fear, is it going to hit somebody or something? It is 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. So if it did go into a full-blown eruption, there are some villages and towns and cities a little closer, but I don't think it's going to be in harm's way. I'm not sure if that is a piece of tephra. No, it's continuing to go up. It's a flying piece of tephra. That little spot. It's a spy. It's another one of those UFOs. OFU Lux, where are you? It's one of his. Maybe that was him this morning. Who knows? Anyway, let's put that back to alive, and of course that is alive. I want to back that up by 10 seconds, and let's see if we can do that. And there's another one of those UFOs going by. It's amazing what you see on this camera with 1 second frames. Pretty awesome, you guys. That actually looks like an airplane, but that's all cool. And let's leave it as that for right now. It is a break time. And I did say I wanted to give you the video of Fuego. So I am going to load that up, and we will get it to you for the break. That way you can enjoy that. And there are multiple outputs from Fuego from this morning. And let's see if we can find it. Just got to find where I put it. Fuego. Am I in the right folder? Yes, I am. Why am I not seeing it? Ha! Yes, somebody has stole it. No, Fuego, where are you? Oh, maybe I'm not looking for the right thing. I'm looking for pictures. I need videos. How about that? That would probably work. V special, there we go. And Fuego with music, so we don't have to put the other music on. It's kind of weird music, but here it comes. So we'll let that play. And for whoever hasn't hit the like button, please give it a quick bop. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back after the break, after this finishes playing. Thanks, don't go away. More to come. we go. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Kevin and JB and Dan and whoever else. Hey, where's that I can hear you girl? Thanks again, Alaska's country. Is she off singing? Is Sharon singing? She might be singing tonight. I don't know how often she sings, but anyway, I was thinking of how could I sneak this in, and I was watching the screen and I seen it starting to pop, and I thought, darn it, the video isn't over yet. They're gonna notice me switch. But yeah, if she can't, I can. All right, there you go, DJ. And yep, Fuego there in Guatemala. It is continuing to do its thing. One of the things I noticed is they have their video stalling though a little bit. And that is still though looks pretty awesome. I'm not sure what's going on there, and it's not from my end, it's their video. If it gets really windy and stuff, it must be the dish that they have up there feeding the signal back down that is shaking too much, and it causes the signal loss and kind of loses the video for a second or two. But you see this thing is continuing to pop just time and time again, and this is almost continuous, very similar to what we were seeing last night. So lots and lots of stuff going on there at Fuego again tonight. And during the day it wasn't so active, but actually during the day it probably was. It's just we couldn't tell, and this thing just kept on going. So a very off you go. Yes, Fuego is doing its thing, and that is wonderful. Anyway, I did want to give you our latest run on volcano news, and let's see if we can find that really quickly. So, as a list of what's going on in the volcano world, it says Popocatepetl is producing ash at 1700 today, going up to about 2200 or 22,000 feet, sliding a little further south. Sangay, and that would be down in Ecuador. Volcanic ash emissions at 1530 up to 2,000 feet today. And Reventador, ash emissions to 16,000 feet. And of course, Fuego, which we got on the screen, is continuing to put out a lot of material, and its ash emissions are only making it up to about 14,000 feet, and the volcano itself is 12,300 feet in height. So it's not getting that far up. We've got maybe 2,000 foot plumes coming out of there, but that's still pretty darn big. Going down the list, Cotopaxi in South America is also doing its thing, ash emissions to 23,000 feet. Sangay, we have Sangay in here twice. This one was at 9:30 in the morning. It was going up to 20,000. Sabancaya, continued ash emissions and shooting up to 24,000 feet. Popocatepetl ash emissions 7 a.m. 20,000 feet. Subanoshijima over in Japan exploded to 50,000 feet, and that was today. Unfortunately, we don't have any decent video. Popocatepetl new ash emissions 1:30 in the morning, 20,000 feet. That's okay. Sunday the 29th, late in the day eruptions. Reventador, 15,000 foot eruption there, and we've got ash plume eruption 15,000 from Fuego. Sangay 22,000, so it's continuing. Sabancaya, intermittent emissions, and Suwanoshi Jima, again, explosive eruptions happening from it. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an update of what we've got around the world that is active, and it's the ash news. Yep, and we can call it the ash news. Don't snooze with your ash news. And let's go take a look at a couple other things here. Of course, this one here is Messiah. Messiah is still cooking, and that was from today at what is it? What is it? No, hang on. Yeah, 2:06 or 2:02 in the morning is when we seen that one. The Tefra News Network, yeah, TNN, yeah, that'll be cool. And this is what it looks like down there right now. Don't fall in that hole. You'll never get out. I guarantee you that. Speaking of Cotopaxi, there is what it looks like. Just so you can have a little bit of an idea. And that, of course, is in Ecuador. And that is pretty awesome. And what's it say here? Explosive eruptions at the volcano continues. Friends of ours currently visiting Ecuador just sent us an image of only venting a so-called degassing of gas and steam emissions from the summit crater. Fresh tephra deposits may be seen on the western flanks resulting in the continuous eruption, or resulting from the continuous eruption. According to the Volcanic Ash Advisory, Washington ash column heights have averaged between 6.4 and 6.7 kilometers in altitude in the past few days, drifting in the southwest direction. And yep, there it is, and that is a pretty nice shot. Got some snowflakes up top there and everything. What else we got in this one? Just real quick. Here's a nice shot. Samian Mountains. I have no idea where the Samian Mountains are, but those look cool, and that is neat. Let's see what else we got. Pretty flower. Where is that? Rakataka. What? Rakata. It's the island of Rakata, wherever that is. But that looks cool. And all right, where is that? All right, looks like some kind of a horn is what they're calling it in German, of course. And back to that. So anyway, that gives you a little bit of an idea what's going on. And of course, our wonderful Fuego has calmed back down for a few minutes. We'll carry on with our other volcanoes around the world. Let's see, I better cool this thing off here a little bit. Oh, hang on. We may want to take a look at something for a second before I get too overly zealous. This, of course, back to Popocatepetl for a minute, and we see what's going on here, and let's see if we can expedite this a little bit, because this just happened at 1942 and onward, and very neat. The moonlight, of course, lighting up that ash plume. And that is a big ash plume coming out of there. Oh, we've seen some lava, and we can see some UFOs going in a couple of different directions here. And the monster on the shadow monster coming out as well. That is pretty awesome, and nice little pop from Popocatepetl. Yep, and that is continuing. So pretty awesome. And I wonder how high that ash plume went. I just figured it is just about back to life. Let's see if we can get that back to live. Come on, move. There we go. And now it's turning more whitish again, so different gases coming out. Pretty cool, and we like it. And yep, and that is about it. So there you go. That is Popocatepetl. So let us go over to our next one, and we will leave Popocatepetl be. And let's get on this. Where is that guy? Right in here. This, of course, is Merapi. 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 And Merapi, of course, looks wonderful. We see what it's doing. Pretty awesome. And in the clouds, of course. I don't think we're going to see it at all today. It's hiding on us. Yep, they've got, well, it is rainy season there, so that's what happens during the rainy season. Unfortunately, we don't always get beautiful, good, clear pictures of the volcanoes, and you can see what's happening to the screens. So, yep, not happening today for that one. Let's make that little again, and we'll go to our next one and make that one bigger. And of course, this is Mount Ruapehu out in New Zealand. And we'll go see if we can find some clear spots. We did see it earlier, and there it is. I found it. And there it is, just kind of peeking out of the clouds. That is Mount Ruapehu, and you can see it is still snow-covered. A little bit earlier it was a little clear. There we go. And you can see that a lot of that snow has melted off. Not this area, though. I wonder if it's actually glaciated a little bit in those places and keeps that snow all year long. Would be interesting. There is earlier in the morning at 9:24 a.m. And that is a fairly clear shot. Nice to look at that. Look at the monster shadow. Yep, we did see that. What happened to everybody chatting? Everybody quit chatting? I guess they all got scared from the monster. Oh, darn. The monster scared the chatters away. We got to stop that from happening in the future. Anyway, that is what we see there. So, beautiful views of our wonderful Ruapehu. One day we'll see that thing erupt. That would be nice. Anyway, let's carry on, and we'll see what we've got, and we'll go to this one here. This is for Taupol. Anyway, we did notice yesterday this big activity here. And today it had a big spike and a little spike right beside it, and it stopped and went quiet. It is getting back down to reasonable quiet. We do see it was up a little bit before the end of the chart here. And I'm back, DrFox2000, and so is Madam Rutsa. Oh, streaming, excellent, and that'll be cool. We'll be able to have a good peek. We'll have to refresh hers and go and have a look. Anyway, that is Taupol, and that is what we see right there. A little bit of activity, but not that much. We'll go over, take a look at the live shot, and there we go. It looks like the rain did stop. It was raining there earlier, but the caldera, of course, is the entirety of the lake, and that is pretty nasty. And we can't see Mount Ruapehu today out in the background here, but that is okay. It still gives us a pretty good idea of what is going on here. So quiet, and of course this shot brought to you courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupol. Anyway, all good, you guys. And let's pop over to our next screen, and we will see if we can fix that up real quick. I need to find that on my other stuff. That would be right about here. Make that bigger. And I adjusted this morning. They did it to me again. Oh, I tried to crop the shot properly so we can see it really nicely, but I guess they do what they do. Anyway, we see that there is a lot of steamy stuff going on there. It's always difficult to tell what's actually going on there when there's so much rain and steam and stuff. This, of course, earlier, so we're not going to see a heck of a lot today. Remember what I was saying about, well, what we've seen from the other one, from Merapi. It was all clouded out. Well, it's kind of the same adventure here at Semeru. And Semeru, of course, is in East Java, and Merapi, Central Java. And I'm sure it's the same storm system that is affecting both places right now. So very, very little visibility of what's actually going on. And let's see if we can see it one more time. Okay, yep, no, nothing. So we're not going to be able to see anything coming out of there today. We'll have to wait for tomorrow. And you say Madam Rutsa is on live. Let's take a look and see. And clicky, and there is, let's see, there is a commercial. And there we go. There is the live shot from the Philippines, and that we are looking at over here. That is our wonderful Taal volcano, and not that much coming out of Taal right now, but it is there, and we can see it, which is a big change. We haven't seen too much of it as of late. So very nice that Madam Rutsa is up and running. For those people who have not subscribed over there, I'm dropping the link in the chat, and you can always subscribe and go into that chat and say, hey, I'm from DrFox2000 stream, and we're subscribed to you now. So there you go, and I'm sure Madam Rutsa will appreciate that. And she also appreciates if you let some of those commercials play, because that does give her a little bit of support there. Few pennies at a time, and that is all there is. Anyway, that is it for right now from this one. So next on our agenda will be our wonderful Sakurajima and our Japanese friends, Suwanoshijima there as well. And on that note, I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, everyone. And I'm still very, very happy about having that interview tomorrow at 1 p.m. That'll be a really, really awesome. And I'm looking forward to getting a job. So that'll be really cool. Anyway, we'll put you back over to Hawaii, though, for the time being, since there is not too much coming out of that Taal, but at least we see it, and we can confirm that it's not doing that much. Good night, Brian Rock Rail fan, and thanks for stopping in. Appreciate that, and we'll see you hopefully tomorrow. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break for a few minutes, and then we will get back at things. So please stick around, lots more to come, and we'll see what we can do. And yeah, don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button sitting on the outside, please do consider subscribing if you haven't done that. Oh, Mary Jane popped in. Welcome, Mary Jane. And by the way, you notice you're green? And of course, that was compliments of Sharon Stewart. For those people who all magically turned green for today. That was Sharon Stewart did that yesterday. And she bought both a 10 and a 5 pack of memberships. and a whole bunch of people got nailed with that. So was cool and awesome. Don't go away, you guys. I'll be back in a bit. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Thanks. I'll be back. go. That microphone is back on. Why are you blushing, C&D boy? I just rebooted. Sue, did you get it figured out? And thank you for the welcome backs from Dan and Kevin. Dr. Doe. Welcome back, Doe. Yeah. You missed it. That's okay, Kevin. I got you. And thanks, Mars, which came up with a DrFox2000 in a red box. Cool. And thank you, Sue, and oink oink to Mr. Arizona Snowman. And thanks, JB. And that is all cool. And let's see, can someone at my name, please? Oh, okay. And somebody can do that. Somebody go at Sue Hayes and see if, or even just type Sue Hayes. That should work. See if it works, and hopefully that will come through. Anyway, yep, fingers crossed. Let's see. Does it work, Sue? A few people did it, so we should still see the results. Still a gray background. Interesting. Don't know what's going on there, but hopefully they'll figure it out. That happens sometimes. They try something new and they put it on there, and then they realize, nah, that's no good, and then they take it back off, and you're stuck with it for a day or two or three, and then hopefully it'll get fixed. Anyway, we were looking at Hawaii, and that is the Helmaumo crater, and they're in Kilauea, and on the big island of Hawaii, in Hawaii. And that is awesome. Let's go over to Japan, though, and we'll take a look at Sakurajima. And there is a Sakurajima. Before we get too far, though, let's take a look. Yep, ice cream boat is in. You can go down and get your ice cream if you need to. So ice cream boat is in, confirmed. I can see the antenna. I can see the ice cream boat. So definitely go down there and get an ice cream. But let's go back here. And Sue Hayes, mine too. Oh, Linda's too. At Linda Schoof, good to know. So, yeah, it's something that they're trying, I guess, again. And they had mine doing that for a while. I don't know, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Sue. And they switched it back for mine. Anyway, we're looking at Sakurajima. It's all right, doing its thing. And it froze. Why did it froze? Sakurajima froze. Oh no, my mouse is moving, my computer is okay, and why did that freeze? That's weird. Let's go back into the early morning hours. Something I was going to say, we do see the clouds and the ash emissions and stuff like that all seem to be pretty normal, nothing too super or severe. And if we get past all these lights shining into it, we can see what's going on during the night. And we see that it is continuing to off gas. Don't see any glow right there. So I didn't see anything coming out of it. And I kind of wonder, it might have been raining there a little bit on top of the area where the camera is. You can see some of those rain clouds around the edges. So it's one of those things, nothing too severe. And here's a kind of a burst where it stopped and restarted again, and that is kind of neat. I don't know if there's really too much concern, though. This is getting back to about 25 minutes after midnight. Some moonlight hitting that and lighting it up a little bit for us so we can see it. But we don't see any glow here in the crater. And even if we go back as far as we can here, almost 12 hours ago from 2332, and it looks like it was continuing to throw out a bunch of gas and no lava. No lava, darn it. And let's go over to our next shot. Of course, here is a bird flying by that caldera in the close-up shot. He's just sailing along there. He didn't even have to flap his wings. That is pretty awesome. Anyway, that's the caldera shot from there. You can see another cloud monster going by on the side of the caldera, and that is kind of neat. It's a cloud monster. Wow. And cool. Anyway, let's see if we go back a little bit and what it looked like. And let's see if we can get that to go without stalling. There we go. And that is all right looking. And don't mind that. But earlier we know it wasn't too great because we did have some, like I said, that rain that was in there. I think it did affect the camera somewhat. And this is still with some moonlight on there. And earlier, yeah, with that rain, this is what it was looking like. I was trying to go back a little further to see. For luck tomorrow. Thank you, Grandma B. That is the first super chat for today. And that's very kind of you. Grandma B. And $5 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. And keeping my fingers crossed. And hopefully we will see something happen there tomorrow. I'm stoked. I do want to get back there. And it was a pretty good place to work. And there... a few of the names have changed. Like I know the CEO has gone through several CEOs, and the guy who is now CEO, I do know who he is, and he's a lot nicer guy. And I don't know who the new manager is for our area here. He's in Calgary and Edmonton. So these are new guys, but they do know of my history, as well as, you know, they've obviously they talked about things, because I was there for, I do believe, about 5.5 years before. So you do leave a little bit of a legacy behind, and it definitely, my stuff helped the company grow back then. But you know, I was greedy. I wanted to get more money, and of course the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. But like I say, I did leave there in good faith. Didn't burn the bridge, so it was all good. Anyway, that's what we've got going on there at the Sakurajima. We haven't got to Suwanoshijima yet. The ice cream boat's still there, so you still have an opportunity to run down and get some yummies. And let's go over to the next volcano on our list. And of course, that is this one. And I want to put it back on live so we can see it. Uh-oh, they got commercials. How come? All of a sudden they got commercials on here. I've never seen a commercial on this one before. But anyway, we do see it's very quiet right now for the popping that it supposedly had done earlier. And we didn't see too much. It was a little, there's a little bit better shot for change, kind of green looking. And the fact that we're seeing a lot of green in there, that is telling you that we do have a bunch of growth from grasses and mosses and all kinds of stuff. Not that much activity coming out of that volcano, and otherwise we wouldn't see all that the greenery. And here's there a nighttime shot. Not seeing any glow like we did the other day, and that is a little bit of glow there maybe. I have no idea. No clouds to reflect it. There we see some glow from the far caldera, and I don't know if that's the rear caldera or the front caldera. It's hard to tell, but we do, it looks like it's the far caldera that is emitting that glow. and very unlikely had some more ash and stuff coming out of there. We do see this here, and again, very difficult to tell at night whether that is actually coming from that caldera giving ash plumes. Likely it is. Hi-ho, what? Hi-ho, DrFox2000. Billy Bob Joe, I played your joke earlier in the other channel, or the other stream, and I know, it was funny, but yeah, the French fry one, and anyway, yeah, Billy Bob Joe had sent that in, and let's see, what did it say? A pun of the day. I learned today that French fries were not from France. Who knew they were originally cooked in Greece? Arr, 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 arr. That's punny. That's punny. Anyway, this was a little bit earlier from 2:50 a.m. We definitely had something that looked like a glow. And, oi. Yeah. And this is the nighttime shot. Don't confuse this with a daytime shot. This is a nighttime with moonshine on top of those clouds. Looks pretty awesome. And yeah, going back a little bit further, we really can't tell what's happening at the volcano because of all that light, and we are not seeing anything popping, so pretty good. And no, this is not Mexico. This is Suwanosejima in our wonderful Japan, and that is where that is. Next one on our list, of course, is this fantastic big monster, and that's Mount Fuji, also in Japan. So looking pretty awesome. Mount Fuji, we like it. Anyway, let's leave Mount Fuji be, and we will kind of move on over and see what we have there. And this one, of course, is Yellowstone National Park. And Yellowstone, of course, is our wonderful North American area of where the supervolcano is located. We actually see some stars in the sky there right now. That is pretty cool, and we like that. So awesome. And better a clear view tonight with the extra moonlight. And we don't see the buffalo right now. Thanks, Bob, for bringing up that link. Anyway, anyone who wants to go take a look there, you are more than welcome to click on that link, right-click on it, open it in a new browser window, and bookmark it real quick for yourself. And that way you can take a look and see what it looks like there during the daytime. And you can watch Yellowstone's big geysers geysering and erupting. Of course, Yellowstone has Old Faithful and Steamboat and the Beehive and about 497 more, actually over 500 more. There's a lot. Buffalo, what? Buffalo have white fur? Dr. Fox? No, buffalo have a dark fur. If you see a white buffalo, you are seeing something super, super rare, GB. There is such a thing as white buffalo. There is also such a thing as a white moose. And they are 1 in a million. So if you see one, it is old Indian custom that it is a pure luck that your life will be better. And the albinos of the world. There you go, Sue. Albino. Perfect. And yeah, if you do see a white buffalo, it's an albino. Also, there are white moose. I have yet to see a white deer, but they say those exist as well. So we know we got white bunnies, though. I got a whole bunch running around the parking lot chasing each other because it's mating season. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. This is a G-rated channel, and white bunnies are doing their thing. Anyway, let's pop over to where are we going? White squirrels? I have never seen a white squirrel. And let's see what we have in our earthquakes. And we'll take a quick look around the world. And let me get onto the earthquake map. And there we go. Real quick peek. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the earthquakes today. Nothing major up in Alaska, nothing major coming down the west coast of North America. We do see something a little bit bigger there in western Montana. Good luck tomorrow celebrating a Pepsi on me. Why, thank you, Mars. That is very kind of you. Mars 2028 throws in a $2 super chat. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful support and the luck. I hope I don't need too much of it. Anyway, that is an unusual quake there because that's western Montana. If we zoom in on it a little bit, Yellowstone is here. So this is just a little bit north of Yellowstone. Is that an indicator that something is going to happen? I doubt it. But we do see some seismic activity there, and that does tell you it came in as a 4.1. The shaker map says it was felt as a 4, roughly, and that is what we've got there. We do still see some stuff here in Oklahoma. Not going to worry about those. Those are pretty common. Next one's on the list, of course, off the coast of El Salvador. 4.9 to 52 a.m., 58.8 kilometers down for that one. Next one down off the coast of Costa Rica, or actually right in Costa Rica. Well, Costa Rica. There it is, right on Costa Rica. And that is from 7:11 a.m. and 36.8 kilometers down for him. And let's see what else we got down here. We've got 4.2 in Chile, and that is probably near Lascar volcano, and not too far away. That might shake some things loose. Quick peek over here, and nothing new in New Zealand. And we do see this guy out here on the Kermadec Ridge and the Kermadec Island area, 4.0 from 2048 and 348 kilometers down. This one out here by Fiji, 4.3. Yesterday's 22:39 was the time on it, 531 kilometers down. Vanuatu had this guy. Actually, they're calling it New Caledonia. Vanuatu is right there, so I don't know. New Caledonia, Vanuatu, pick. Anyway, 10:08 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down. And sliding over a little bit more, looking at the next one, we see this one in Indonesia, 4.2 from yesterday. Yesterday, 20:58 was the time on it, 10 kilometers down. Not seeing anything on our big swarm today, which is probably a relief for the people in the area. Now, over here, we see a 4.9 in Port Blair, India. And that's what they're calling that, or close. It's actually, I don't know if that's more like Barren Island volcano area. And over here, just off of, that's Taiwan right there, but they're calling it Ryukyu Island. There, Ryukyu Island, 5.1 on the magnitude scale, and 3:25 a.m. 10 kilometers down for him. Off the coast of Japan, 4.5, 12:15 was the time on it, 33.5 kilometers down. And what is next on our list? We've got this one, another one in China, 5.3. This was that big one, 5.7. The other guys called it a 6.1. But this one here, not too far away from it, 5.3. And of course, that is all a part of that mountain building process that is continuing to happen as the Indonesian plate subducts. Hang on, that's not the Indian-Australian plate, sorry. Subducts underneath the Eurasian plate. There we go. got those names out. 5.3, 10:07 was the time on it, and it came in at 10 kilometers of depth. A little bit more out here in Malta, and we see, well, Malta's there, but these two, 4.6 from 1743, 10 kilometers down for him, and then we got a 5.3 right there, and that is from 1255, and that is also 10 kilometers down, shaking things up a little bit. We don't see anything else further up or down, and we don't see anything new over here, so I'm surprised we're not seeing anything down here in the South Sandwich Island areas. Usually there's a quake or two, and so that's it for those quakes right now. We will go take a look at the quakes there in our wonderful Canary Islands after the break. I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away, you guys. And this, of course, is back to our wonderful Linda Shoup says, Mother Earth flexing her muscles. Oh, yeah, she's got some big ones. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to take that break. For those who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. We are at 91. We're shooting to try to get over that 100 mark. And also, for those who have not subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm going to go and take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I hear some more music. I'll be back. there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And of course, we give you all kinds of different volcano news and stuff like that. Speaking of volcanoes, I forgot to show a couple here. And of course, that was our wonderful Sicily. We haven't popped over there, but we're going to. We'll do that before we get to the Canary Islands. But anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Kevin Haynes and Kananaskis Country and Sue Hayes. And I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And Susie, thank you, welcome, and thanks for the welcome back. And thanks, Dan, as well. And Oink Oink from Arizona Snowman. Seen that, what you did. Awesome. And let's continue on. That is what I suspected too when I seen that. Rice vanilla pudding. One left in the fridge. Alrighty. And let's, instead of going over to take a look at the other stuff, let's go here first. We will take a look at our wonderful Stromboli. And I know Stromboli is, on occasion, it's doing something. And every time I did switch over, I caught it just after the break. And that is unfortunate, but I'm going to try. Whoop, I messed that up. That ain't going to work. All right, I'm going to do just click here. Don't worry about it. We'll get rid of that. Yeah. I did want to show you some other stuff here, and we'll actually pop over to Italy for a second to show what they are doing. And let's see if we can do that. We can't do that from here. We have to go over there. And here is our wonderful Sicily coming up. And we do see a little bit of lava there in Sicily. Unfortunately, not a close-up. And the other close-up cam, of course, is not set. It's zoomed way out, and I don't know why they're looking at the sky up here. I think they're looking for UFOs or something. But that is what we see at the 2,800 meter mark on the side of Mount Etna. But we do have some reports from Stromboli stuff on volcanodiscovery.com. And here is one of them, Stromboli Volcano Aeolian Island. There we go. Italy. Stronger than usual explosion this morning. And they're indicating a stronger than usual explosion occurred at the volcano this morning. The National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology, INGV for short, reported at 10:08 a.m. local time an explosive sequence of greater than the ordinary intensity took place from the central southern crater area, throwing incandescent lava and lapilli to several hundred meters high and above the crater terrace and upper part of the Sierra del Fuoco. So definitely shooting it up there. Anyway, let's take a look at that picture a little closer up. There you go. And that is kind of the plume. You can see some of that ash up on the top. This, of course, is from the other side. The other one, the business side, is on the other side of that hill that we normally see. So interesting, though, to see that. And that is what we see up there. And it says the ash plume from this morning eruption at Stromboli Volcano is what the picture is entitled. And let's go take a look at the other shot here. There's your seismic chart, and indicating that they definitely had some action happening. So pretty cool, and that is awesome. and hopefully, you know, they won't have anything too terrible there. Any other pictures? Yeah, there we go. And not sure which volcano that is. That does look like possibly a Stromboli. And let's see some of these other guys. Nice. And flowers. Back to our thing. All right, the other one that was kind of in the news was RTVE, since we haven't done much with it lately. And this photo was from the 29th. So RTVE is picked up a little bit of steam, and basically says RTVE volcano, significant return of a lava lake to northern crater or pit crater after 50 years. Both pit craters are active. So if we click on that, you can see that it is a lavally shot. We really like that. And that is all pretty cool. And what the heck is going on there from... all right. Alright, we'll leave that one be. And here's a view from up above. We see that is pretty cool. And the next one is this one with a little bit more cloud, but yeah, it shows the differences there. So definitely some interesting activity going on. And here's some more wonderful leafy looking lava. That is pretty awesome. Again, it doesn't say which volcano it is, but that's okay. And we've seen those before. Somebody looking at the bells, and there we go. That's from Ethiopia. Just so we threw that in. And back to our wonderful lava coming down the side of Mount Etna. All right, going back over to our earthquakes real quick. We will take a look there and see what it looks like. And that, of course, in the Canary Islands. We did refresh this just a few seconds ago. We do see the latest one is a 2.2 way out in the middle of nowhere, and that came at 1:43 a.m. their time in the future on the 31st, and that is pretty awesome. But we're interested in what's happening in La Palma, so let's take a look at La Palma. They did actually have some rumblings, and that is something interesting. We haven't seen anything for a while here. This one, 0.8 from 32 minutes after midnight, 15 kilometers down. And you can see it's over here on the eastern side of the island. And next one up is a 0.9, and that is under the flow areas of Cumbre Vieja, where that flowed. And that's from 1:48 a.m., 2 kilometers down. Could definitely be some compression from weight and stuff there. And the 0.6 from 2:10 a.m. That is also under some lava flow, but that is 14 kilometers down, and that is all good. And let's see what we got going on here. Hang on, we gotta say this. We'll go there. All right, we'll keep that going. Yeah, that one 14 kilometers down, so it won't be compression. This one here, 0.4, and that is 3 kilometers down, 3:06 a.m. Just out into the water. I don't think that's compression. That looks like the wrong place. Just about out at the beach there at Tazacorte. Mind you, we did have some flows in that vicinity or close to it. Next one, definitely under the flow field. 0.9, 3 kilometers down, and 21:17 was the time on it. And then this one, 10 kilometers down for a 1.4 from 21:51. And we also see this guy here, a 1.1 from 21:52, and that is 10 kilometers down. So that is our wonderful shakers there in the area. And of course, we want to kill that one. There we go. And you notice most of those quakes are no longer happening there, just some minor ones. So likely it was just some, not magmatic, but basically plates moving, you know, some, I don't know, something moving underneath there, not lava. Let's see, where's this guy from? That's from a couple days ago, so I'm not going to worry about that one. So, yeah, tectonic action. Of course, you know, being a fresh, when we say geologically fresh, I'm referring to that these things have only been around for a few million years in comparison to some of the older land on the planet. So it's relatively fresh land, and you're going to see some shakers and quakers happening as things settle over time, and the occasional swarm popping up here and there. And it's just the way it is with geology. Kind of a neat stuff. You see that in Hawaii too. So pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm gonna leave the volcano map alone. There's really not too much new on there. Actually, let's boot through it real quick here and just try to see, make sure there's nothing that I've missed popping up somewhere. And okay, we don't see anything new in Iceland, nothing new in Azores, nothing new down there at Michael Volcano. Here's Villarrica, of course, down here in Chile. Next one, of course, Alaska. There's where that quake was. I thought it was pretty close, so not that close. That's still quite a distance away, a couple 100 kilometers. So likely not going to affect Lascar volcano. Let's zoom back out. This one over here, though, might affect Sabancaya a little bit. And we don't see anything new here. We've got Sangay, Cotopaxi, Reventador, and of course Cerro Negro, and Perse, and then going up Nevado del Ruz. And our Central American ones are all the same yet. There's Popocatepetl, and of course Fuego, a wonderful candle that keeps popping and doing its thing. And let's see. Oh, my thing froze. Did we freeze? No, we didn't freeze all the way. My mouse is still moving, so it has got to be that. Let's see. Are we going? Yep, we're able to move. All right. Something weird going on with the computer. Hey, what happened? We're missing somebody. We're missing somebody here. We're missing actually two of them. Bezimiani is there. Chevalesh is there. Hey, what happened? Where is what the heck? We're missing things off of our map. Chikarachki, Ibiko. Hey, what happened to Lade? Somebody stole a Lade, and somebody stole what is the other one that they took off the map here? I guess they got tired of looking at them. They took our other two. Sue, they stole our volcanoes. Where'd Sue go? Oh, darn it. Anyway, oh, okay, we got a couple of volcanoes missing. And we'll see what happened. Yeah, these are still intact. Suwanoshi Jima, Sakura Jima, and of course the ones in between, and Iwo Jima's still there, and what? Yeah, Karimsky is gone, and that other one, that Kayushevskoy, if I said it right. Yeah, Karimsky, somebody is missing, MIA. They took them. The aliens came in and abducted our volcanoes. Oh, it happens. Anyway, don't see anything new here. Let's see, Tofu is still there. I don't see anything new there. Yasur still ongoing. Eoba and Gawa still happy. And all right, OFU Lux is responsible. Where is he? I haven't seen him today. OFU Lux, where are you? Bring back our volcanoes. They took him to another planet to see what they're all about. Pretty normal there. Merapi and Krakatau and of course Semaru. And here's Karinsi and Marapi, not Merapi, and Sinabung, and of course here's that quite. I was right, and that's not very far away from our barren island, the volcano. Kayushevskoy. Kayushevskoy? I thought I said that. Right. Kayushevskoy. Good night, Kevin Haynes. Good night, Kevin Haynes. Don't let yourself be abducted. And our stuff here, of course, Urta Ale is right there. It back to a wonderful red color, and that is always nice. And here's our Etna, a Volcano, and a Stromboli, and of course a Campi there in Naples. And I missed the end of the word when typing it. So Klyushevskoy. Just after I finally figured out how to say it, it's actually Klyaushk. Because the Y actually is a ya sound. So Klyaushevsky. Skoy. Klyaushevskoy. Skoya. Holy Batman, that's hard to say. Tongue twisters. Yeah, Russian is not the easiest language, and something to remember. Every letter makes a sound, with the exception of the BL that you see in there, which is basically something that indicates whether it's soft or hard. So that's the only ones that don't make a sound. All of the other ones do, just so you know that. All 33 of them. So don't get confused. Anyway, it is just about break time. I am going to go for that break. Actually, no, we can do, we got 2 minutes. Let's do our SO2 map very quickly, though. We're going to do a fast SO2 today. Going to refresh, see all the snow that's supposed to be falling here in Edmonton. And look at that. For the next 2 days, just about 3 days, snow, 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 snow. Anyway, looking at what we've got, not bad for North America. Most of what we see here located down in the Mexican area again, from our Popocatepetl as well as Mexico City, and that's coming across, going up the coastline and into our wonderful Florida. And looks like the western side pretty good, eastern side not so good. Look, it's a question mark and or something, a funny looking thing. Anyway, we are still seeing the cloud out here billowing around. It will eventually get washed out once we get some rain. And over here would be from the extra ash and stuff from which one was that? Reventador in that area. So pretty cool, and looks not so bad in Chile, and White Isle volcano not bad in New Zealand, and looking here a little heavier from Tofua, pretty normal in our Vanuatu area, normal in Australia, normal over here in Papua New Guinea. A little heavier coming from Java, but not that much. Of course, that would be from Semaru, and over here, hang on, Merapi, and of course, Krakatau, and over on the end would be, yeah, Krakatau and Jakarta, So a little easier from Ibu and Dacono, and I thought I had something on Ibu and Dacono today too. I can't remember where I put those things. I load everything up and I forget where I put them. Pretty normal looking in Taiwan, dirty, 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 and the same thing with what we see there in China. This is from Suwanoshijima. We know the activity has picked up there, so seeing a little bit more. And of course, there from no, this is Suwanoshijima. Sakurajima is doing that one. And yep, there's our the place with the stolen currency, and I don't know, somebody took it. It's gone. It's gone, I tell you. The UFO took it. And looking pretty normal in South Africa and the DR Congo area. Urta Ale, of course, is right in here. Even though it picked up activity, is a lot less of off-gassing. So that is kind of neat. And looking here, that is a plume. That has come all the way out, and that is from our Mount Etna. And Stromboli helping out a little bit as well. And we see that kind of going all the way across here from coming across the states, and I guess over here right on top of Sioux, and then all the way over to Ireland darn near. All right, we'll leave that be. We're going to go back to our map afterwards. Going to take that break. Chikarachki, a volcano, is the one you missed. Oh, Chikarachki, oh, where did I put it? Oh, you know what? I know where I put it. Never mind. Thanks for the reminder. Here. It's in here. It's in here. I did get a shot of a Pavlov today, so Pavlov is fairly quiet. I was wondering where that was. Ibico. There we go. And that is what we've seen in Ibico. In the Kuril Islands, explosive eruption at the volcano continues at moderate levels, and plume going up to 2,900 feet or 2,700 meters. And whoa, back that up a little bit, and there we go. That's what that plume is looking like, and that's not too bad. And that is looking down from somewhere on top of. That must be a lighthouse or something. Look at those palm trees. I like that place. And here's some Strombolian activity from which volcano is that? It doesn't say which one it is, but it says the northeast central Schoss, basically the northeast vent. Okay, but some cool stuff. And where's this one from? We have just trying to see what volcano that is. Reading through here, it's most of it is German, so it doesn't say which. Oh, it doesn't allow me to move that down. Darn it! But that's okay. Anyway, that is there. That was Ibico. The other one, of course, is Chikarachki volcano. And I knew I loaded these things up, so should be all right. There you can see a very nice plume that it was doing its thing today. And ash plumes to 2,700 meters altitude yesterday, and drifting towards the northeast, and to 300 meter elevations. And that is pretty cool. Let's put that up, and that is a pretty big ash plume, and there it is. You can see where they're located. Good morning, Yvonne Kunkel, just in time for my break. And Yvonne wants to go there on top of that guy, right up there, and she wants to peek in that hole and see what's in there. Good morning, Yvonne, and nice to see you. And that's what she's going to find in there, little sparklers. All right, on that note, I am going to go take a break. And after the break, we will get back to the weather. So whether we like it or not, we'll take a look at that. But I will put you back over here to Kilauea for now. And that is Helemaumau crater in Kilauea, Hawaii, and the big island of Hawaii. I'll be back. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And there we go. We've got that wonderful microphone back on. And welcome to Yvonne Kunkel. Glad to have you on board. I'm not sure, Yvonne, if you watched that latest Fuego video I put up today. It shows about 17 fairly decent eruptions that popped out during the nighttime from yesterday to this morning. It was pretty awesome. Yep, you should go have a look at it if you can. It's in my volcano activity list, the playlist. You'll see it. It's the latest one. So anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Canada's country. And let's see. I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And Susie, happy anniversary, happy birthday, Kathy. Kathy's birthday's on Thursday. I wrote that down. We're going to make sure we get her. And Mona Alfano, thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate that, Mona. And all good. Thank you, Yvonne Kunkel. I appreciate that. So, yep, we'll have Kathy. I hope you're going to make it in here for the stream. We'll definitely get you a cake and everything. And we'll all sing happy birthday. Right, yeah. Well, I get you cake and sparklers and fireworks and stuff. But anyway, that's all good, you guys. So, yeah, Yvonne, if you haven't seen the Fuego video, you might want to take a look at it. That is all cool, and that'll be all good. Yep, it's Thursday, and I got that written down, so we'll make that happen. We're good with that. And happy anniversary, Susie. Susie, a happy anniversary. And it's so confusing. Who's got birthdays and stuff and anniversaries, and there is no husband anymore. Oh, that's a shame. That is a very big shame. And you'll be all right, Susie. Anyway, let's get over to our weather map, whether we like it or not, and we'll get at that. I need to refresh it really quickly, though, before we get on there to make sure we are at the proper time zone. And that way everything is fair and no cheating or anything. And let's get over there. And yes, Yvonne Kunkel, I mentioned that I have an interview tomorrow. And I am a little bit more stoked about it because I was very surprised that they called me as quickly as they did. I figured I was going to get a call tomorrow, maybe. But I got a call from the guys. They wanted to line it up early and make sure that they get me in there. It's actually from one of my former employers. From about 10 plus years ago. So, and I worked there for about 5.5 years. So it's all a good thing. And of course, I left there on a good note. The bridge was not burned, if you want to kind of put it that way. So, yeah, it was all. We'll see what happens. And keeping fingers crossed. That is something that I really need right now, is to get back into it. Anyway, yeah, and they're a good company, a large company, worldwide company, so opportunities exist everywhere for that. Anyway, looking at our wonderful North America, there we are. We see that that cold is still hunkering down into some of the U.S. down on the bottom here, into Colorado, no, Wyoming. And of course, it looks like some of it is in Montana, of course, and Idaho. And then going to the east a little bit, we see stuff there going into North and South Dakota and then Minnesota and those areas. So that is pretty chilly down there for them yet. We do see that we've got warmer weather for a good portion of Alaska there, and of course the interior of British Columbia, not too bad. Portion of Edmonton, we are a little bit luckier that we aren't getting that deep freeze stuff right now, and that helps a little bit. And we see the cold though is over here in Saskatchewan and Manitoba and northern Ontario, and of course in Quebec and all the way out to Labrador. Quick peek to see what we've got in Vancouver, -2 right now, not that warm. So over on the rock, about the same thing for Bob, C&D boy. And then sliding over, looking at, Kananaskis country. What the heck are you doing over there? -21 degrees Celsius. He's got that fridge going. Close the fridge door, it'll warm up a little. And sliding all the way out here. I know Judy M is out here somewhere at -24, 23, something like that. That is not so warm either. Around the Great Lakes, we do see some chilly stuff on the one side here, and Minnesota definitely, and let's see, Chicago, and not that warm either. Tom and Pepper are. Well, Pepper is smart. Pepper wants to stay inside. Yeah. Anyway, looking here, -6 in Toronto, and we see a -11 in London, Ontario. Detroit is -11 as well. That's very cold. Moving up, looking at Montreal, -11, and Quebec, -11, 12 there. Little on the New Brunswick on the top end, very cold. Bottom end though, getting back into some warmer temperatures. And let's see where Sue is. And Sue brings up Cole Harbor, and that is 2 degrees. That's not so bad. Almost tropical. And looking at what we see there in Halifax, 3 degrees. So not bad. And looking at what we've got here in Newfoundland, not bad, and -14, -16 up here, but down on the bottom here they are getting those tropical temperatures from the Gulf Stream as well. Let's take a look at the west coast real quick. Portland showing in at 0 degrees, not so warm. And going down to San Jose, 7 there, and Los Angeles only 10. Death Valley is going to come in at 11 degrees. Yeah, you better get a jacket on. Yeah, that'll be okay. And then Mexicali coming in at 10, not very warm. And we see that cold snuck back down that Baja Peninsula. Only 11 or 12 there in Phoenix, and then we see Tucson at about 10 degrees. And what do we got here? Albuquerque, New Mexico is at 4, and that cold is pushed all the way down here. Look at this, 1 degree in San Antonio. Those guys must be frozen. 0 in Austin. 4 in Houston, and Dallas coming in at -3. That is incredible. Amarillo up here -8. Oklahoma City a -6. And then when we get, we can see the cutoff here. Getting back into New Orleans, you got 20 degrees, 19, 20 degrees Celsius. That is wonderful. And looking at Jacksonville, Florida, 22 there. And Miami coming in at 23 right now. Atlanta made it to 14. And looking at what we've got here, 11 in Charlotte, North Carolina, 10 Celsius there for Grandma B, and that is about 50 Fahrenheit, Grandma. And there we go. Virginia Beach a little cooler at 9, not by much, so 49 degrees, 48 degrees. 6 in we get again, they're still on that warmer side. So yes, and damp. Okay, we see 3 in Boston, and that is kind of what we've got there. Let's a quick peek at Cancun, 24, 25 right now for nighttime. Mexico City, 16, a little bit warmer than normal. Well, it's better than having that really bitter cold down there. 27 degrees in Acapulco. Really nice. Looking at what we see, pretty normal for Central America. Same thing for Colombia. And we see it's not quite hitting the 30s there, though. And let's see what we got. Venezuela, same kind of thing. And the rainforest, pretty normal, looking at 24, 25, depending on where you are. Pretty awesome stuff. And we see that we've got 25, 26 happening there. 27 in a couple of spots in Paraguay. A little bit cooler there than it was yesterday. Same thing goes for a lot of the areas here in Argentina. And of course, mind you, today is Monday, so we're looking at the weather a lot later than we did. So 3 hours earlier makes a big difference. We see down on the bottom of Argentina that cold air from Chile has moved in a little bit more. Buenos Aires came in at 24, and then the San Paysandú is coming in at about 24 degrees as well. A little cooler out here on the coastline, but not by much. Did I miss Rio de Janeiro? 26 degrees. They're getting better. 22 in Sao Paulo. Let's slide over and take a look at what we've got in New Zealand. South end of the island. They're actually looking pretty good. 27, 28 in some places. And that is 30. You could go suntan in there, I bet. As Christchurch coming in at 21, 22. And the higher elevation, a little cooler, of course, in New Zealand. 20 in Wellington, that is not bad. Taupo coming in about 20, 21 as well. And going up to Auckland, we see about 21 also, so not bad. And Tasmania, Hobart, 21, 20, 21, that's not so bad. Looks like it's all fairly nice today. And good temperatures. Leo's house, about 21 degrees today. That seems to be a popular thing. And Melbourne, up 21 degrees. No, that's not Melbourne, that's Adelaide. Melbourne is 21, Adelaide 21. A little warmer there in Sydney at 25, but we aren't seeing the super heavy heat there. It is Oz is out there suntanning again at 32 degrees Celsius, and looks like at least they're not getting those 40s. That is a lot better there, and they might be getting up in the temps over here on the other side, though. We do see some 37s and 38s in here. No, 37. I thought I'd seen a 38. 37, yeah, there it is. And over here, 39 along the northern coast, but not so bad. Perth coming in at about 29, and sliding over, and of course, we'll check Fiji and make sure it's still 28 or 29. Fiji is 28 and 29 and 30 in some spots, and 26 in others. Let's see, 27 in Vanuatu, and probably 27 to 28 there today. And and they even got a 29 there in New Caledonia. Boy, it's hot for them. And we see normal stuff for our wonderful Papua New Guinea and eastern portions of Indonesia, the South Island, or the island here of Java, coming in at anywhere from about 26 to 29. Looks good. And we see 28 there. That's not so bad. A little bit nicer and warmer than what we've had before there in hang on, it starts with S. I'll get that island name. Oh boy, never mind, it's gone. Bangkok coming in at 25, 26 degrees. It'll come to me right away. It's not working. This is Java, and this would be, starts with S, Sumatra. Thanks, Sue. Sumatra. I could have figured that out, had your name in it. Um, I'll have to remember that when I look at it. It's a Sue's place, a Sumatra. Okay, a 29 in Manila. Let's go up here and look at Kagoshima coming in at about 10. That's a lot warmer than what they've been having. That high in here is probably helping a bunch. And it looks like a little bit warmer for all of them there as the temperature is pushing up a little bit. And we still see some higher elevations, low temperatures. But at least, 6 is better than 0 in Tokyo. And Sapporo still coming in at about a -5, -6. Looking up at the Kamchatka Peninsula, it's not so bad today. Those two lows here are going to trying to work on getting warmer air in there again. And let's go over here and take a look. Oh, we got a 90B twirling off the coast of Sri Lanka. And that is only at 24 and 25 degrees, 21 in some places. That is cold for them, but pretty normal weather in the bottom end of India. And we see about 13 degrees in our wonderful Delhi. And same normal temperatures in Madagascar. That silly storm is gone. This is the remnants of it. It's about time it left. Those guys had that storm sitting there for 3 weeks. It's good that it left. Only seeing about 17 in Cape Town right now. Pretty normal for what we see in Africa right there. Nighttime temperatures, of course. Cairo coming in at about 10. UAE is still about, still cold. 12, 10 in some spots. Man, not so good. And Oman about 11 up to about 15. And we see good, what is it? We got, about same thing, 12 to about 15 there in Yemen. And we got Cairo already. Let's look at Piggy's house and see what Piggy's temperature is today. A little bit colder there for Piggy, and she should be about 9 or 10 degrees as what we're seeing. 10, there we go. She did say that it was pretty chilly, and that is all right. And then we go over here and take a look at Yvonne's favorite place. Yvonne, they're going to get more snow, and that is Randazzo. And Randazzo is 3 right now, so possibly some more snow there in Sicily. We'll see what happens. Naples coming in at about 5, Rome 2, Milano up in the top 0, and Sardinia coming in anywhere from about 8, 9 on the coast. Yep, it is cold, and then we see what's going on there. We will take a break fairly soon, Bob. I'm going to just finish this off, and then we'll do precipitation and cold temperatures after the break. And we see Aurelio sitting at about -1 right now. He's freezing. Madrid -1, and not very warm in Portugal. Warmer in Paris, and we have a +1 in Paris. And France here, looking at Natalis is about 5, not so bad there. And Munich coming in at 1 or 0. München nix 0. 0. 2 in Amsterdam. 3 in Köln. 2 für Yvonne. Yeah. All right. I'll smarten up. All right. 3 in Berlin, and 4 in there in Hamburg, and our wonderful Thor has gotten about 2 degrees up there at his wonderful place. Yep, 2. Yep, that's about what we see on the map, Yvonne. About 2 degrees. Amsterdam coming in at about 5, though. A little bit warmer on the Dutch coast. Brussels, while OFU Lux better be plugging that block heater in on the UFO. And we see some -1 down in the interior, but outer, closer to the coast, they got a lot warmer there in Belgium. And London coming in at 4. And we see a little bit warmer in Wales at 5, 6, 7, depending on where you are. Leeds a little bit warmer at 7 as well. Looks like Aberdeen has hit a wonderful 8. 8 in Glasgow as well, but the highlands and stuff of Scotland a little bit cooler. And Irish Monk land. Irish Monk is coming in about 9 or 10 degrees there in Doolin, and about the same over in our wonderful Dublin. And looking at that low sitting on top of, there's what's causing that storm. And we see what that low sitting there, that's going to cause all kinds of snow. And it says about 2 degrees Celsius in Reykjavik. So that's it for the temperatures right now. We'll do the precipitation after the break. I need a break. My throat is hurting. I don't want to burn my voice out for tomorrow's interview. So don't go away, you guys. You're back on Kilauea, and that is Hala'uma'u crater there in Kilauea. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please to help us out, give it a quick bop. And on that friendly note, also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And I'm going to go do my thing. Take care. Don't go anywhere. And I'll be back, you guys. Thanks. go. I've got that wonderful microphone back on, and we'll do the rest of our show. So welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board still. And of course, we're going to do the rest of our weather. We'll get into a precipitation. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Yvonne Kunkel and Kananaskis Country. Thank you, and I'm sure there's... What the heck happened to my map? Something just blinked. I just looked at it and go, something weird. Thanks, Susie, and welcome, by the way. And anyway, let's get at it and take a look at what we have there for our weather, whether we like it or not. And Sue Hayes, I'm only seeing a minus 32 there. Where are you looking for minus 32 degrees? Anyway, here's a bunch of snow in Alaska, and that is also in the Yukon and northern British Columbia and central British Columbia and up in northern and central Alberta. And that is supposed to come down and hit us. But they said it was already on top of us. I don't see it. I don't see it snowing here yet. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, that is okay. And well, yeah, thanks, Sue. Anyway, we don't see that snow. We got some lake effect snow in Ontario, going also likely Buffalo getting nailed there. Yep, they got some snow. Rochester getting a snow, and we see here a little bit in these other areas in New York and going up through Maine and those areas, as well as let's see, north of. Oh, maybe a little bit out here in Nova Scotia. We're definitely seeing some snow and our wonderful New Brunswick, and then of course a little bit up here in Labrador or Quebec. Ice rain coming across the states from Texas all the way up to looks like just past Tennessee. Looks like getting into Illinois. And that is not so good. They're getting, and the rest of them are getting that snow. And we see a little bit of rain there in bottom end of Georgia. Nothing too serious. And looks like LA or south of LA is getting a pile of rain. They haven't had rain there for a while. It's actually good that they're getting wet. And sliding down, looking at South America, pretty normal for this time of day. And we see over here in Brazil and some of the Guinea countries that are getting nailed, and nothing too serious. And the warm temperatures there in southern New Zealand, of course, also come along with a bunch of rain. And Grenzed's place getting flooded out and thunderstorms and lightning, very, very frightening. Anywhere from Auckland to the west, and that is not good for them. Melbourne looks dry. Down here in Tasmania looks dry, but we see we've got a band of moisture going across the parts here in Australia, just south of Brisbane, so that's probably good. And we see that going up there. Looks like Fiji's got some rain, and same thing with Vanuatu, and of course Papua New Guinea, most of Indonesia, intermittent clouds everywhere, and stormy stuff. Looks like Singapore getting rained upon again, and that is what we got there in Malaysia. And then of course not so much there in Manila right now. Looks like it's drier on the mainland. And going back up, looking at what we've got, like I said, we've got some warmer temperatures there in Japan. So snow in a few places and not so bad. Kamchatka Peninsula, not so lucky, and they are getting half of the places snowing. And looking at Sri Lanka, they've got that 90B sitting there, giving them a bunch of water, a storm, and a little easier going for those good people. They may dry out a little bit there in Madagascar. And then we see, of course, South Africa, to be expected at this time of year. But up here in the Sahara Desert, no rain. And we are still seeing a little bit of rain in Saudi Arabia, and rain over here in Iraq and Iran. I ran away from that place. And then we also have some rain happening in other places like Syria and let's see, Israel and those places. Lebanon is there as well. Piggy might be getting a little bit of rain as well, but it doesn't look like anything really major. Not like those big storms that they were getting before, and not so much moisture there in Sicily either, or Italy for that matter. Looks pretty dry in most of Spain and Portugal, as well as France. We do see some snow on the interiors here. Looks like Austria maybe getting a little bit of snow there. And not so bad for Yvonne's house, doesn't have any snow. We don't see anything. A few rain spots there in Germany. Bottom end of England, fairly dry. Ireland looks pretty dry, but once you get up into the northern areas, we do see the western side getting a whole bunch of ducky weather. Get your galoshes on. And of course, there in Denmark, not so bad, no rain. But we take a look at Finland. They are getting nailed with snow. And along the coast of Norway, pretty usual weather. And Iceland, of course, as we mentioned before, snow. They got that snowstorm this low, really churning up everything, pulling that snow across the wonderful Icelandic areas. All right, leaving that be, we do see some snow around the edges of Greenland as well. And even up here in Svalbard, they're getting some snow, Jan Mayen as well, those places. So let's leave that be. Let's go back to our temperature map. And now it's time for nitty-gritty temperature finding. Coldest places on the planet. And we will find you the minus 45 degrees Celsius right there. And that is cold. So that is what we've got, minus 45 for Antarctica. And that is what we've got. And Sue, just to put up the same thing, no? Minus 45. Do we see a 46? And those penguins are keeping that thermometer warm. Minus 45 degrees Celsius there. So let's go up to Greenland and see what we can find for bitterly cold weather in Greenland. And minus 45. Let's see, minus 46 I seen there. Minus 46. Let's see if we can find something a little bit warmer, colder. 44, 45. And depending on where you're zoomed in. But and that is what we've got, minus 45 so far. And let's see if we can find something colder. Minus 45. And let's see. Oh, I seen a 46 right in here as I went across it. Minus 46. It's got to be in here somewhere. And where are we here? Minus 45. Oh, I seen that 46 again that popped up. So, whoa, there it was. Where are you? I want to get on it and stay on it. It's got to be in here somewhere. Now let's back out of that and try that again. I did see it in here, minus a 46. There it is. That's right there. Why does it disappear when I zoom in? I know it's the friction of the mouse or a hamster going in. Minus a 46. As soon as I zoom in, it disappears. Let's see if, oh, that didn't help any. Minus a 45. No, not helping me. Okay, so minus a 46 is what I've seen there so far. I can't cheat today, it's warmer up here. Darn it. What about over on this side? No, no, no. Minus a 46. Do we see anything else colder? No. And let's see. No. I got minus a 46 for Iceland. Oh, hang on. Maybe down on the bottom here. We might see something. There's that low. There's a 46 right there. Oh, a minus a 47. All right, now we're cooking. Minus a 47. Well, it's not really cooking, it's cold. Minus a 47. Do we have a 48 here? Minus a 48. Where are you? 45, 47, 46, 47, 46, 47. Okay. Well, I guess a minus a 47 degrees Celsius will have to live with it. And that is okay. Greenland, minus a 47 degrees Celsius. Let's find the Canadian Arctic cold spots. And where is it? We are going to find it. And we'll see if we can find minus 492 degrees. Or at least absolute zero. I already found minus a 48. Let's see if we can find anything colder. Minus a 49. Oh, I got a minus a 49 right there. Do we see a minus a 50? And no, no, no. So a minus a 49 we had. And that's a little warmer there. And minus a 45, a 44, a 47, no, no, 45. Okay, I think we're getting warmer up here. Minus a 43, no, 45 again, 47. But we found that 49 over in the other spot, so let's stick with that minus a 49 for right now. But I'm just trying to see if there's something colder that we can find, like minus a 50 something. But I guess I will leave it at a minus a 49 for my temperature there, the one that I found over here, wherever it was. I had it in here somewhere. But you can always go back and recap on the video because I did have it up there. So that is all good. A minus a 40, there's a 48. It's got to be right around here somewhere. There's the minus a 49 degrees. So very good for there. And let's take a look and see what we've got in our wonderful Siberian outbacks, and see what we've got there. A minus a 49. No, we need a cold stuff there. Let's see what we got. 43, 44, 49 already. And let's see if we can find something colder. And let's see, 43, 46, 49, minus, we need to have at least a minus 60 is the goal here. I know that'll beat her, maybe. Minus a 46 right there, not so bad. 44. Checking around these rivers sometimes, that is good luck. And there's a minus a 48. Let's see, a minus a 48. 47, 46, nope, nope, nope. 49 in that area. And any minus the 50s yet? Nope, nothing. Yeah. Too warm there. Let's check in other places. A minus a 40. Oh, hang on. I see a minus a 50 in here as I scooped across. Minus a 51 already. Somewhere in this area. Minus a 51. Minus a 54. And a 53. And so and that is a minus a 55. There we go. We're getting there now, closer to that minus 60 mark. Minus 55 so far. And well, let's see if we can find minus 65. No? Minus 54, 54, minus 55. Again, and let's see. Where are we? Minus a 55 and minus a 55. There's a 47, 48, 49, a 51, 51, 52, 53, 52. What about the outer areas here? Nope. We had a minus a 55, so we need something colder than 55 below, and I'm not sure if we're going to find it. Let's see, a minus a 47, 48, 49, and 50, 49, 49, nope, nope, nope. All right, zooming back out a little bit, looking for colder places. 46, we got a minus a 55 already, so let's see where we can find something colder. Nope, that seems to be warmer. That's much, much warmer. Okay, going back, I gotta just make sure where I am here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to concede at the minus the 55 because I don't see anything colder than a minus a 55, and that is about it. Sue's probably got like minus 80. All right, there we go, and that is a minus 55 that I had found here earlier. So we can take a look in the replay if you need to look at it, but that is what we had. So that is pretty chilly. And all right, I'm gonna give up. So what do we got? Sue says, Doc, minus a 45, 47, 50, okay. And it's a tie. Holy mackerel. It's a tie. Way to go, Sue. And way to go, Doc, for tying the Ice Queen, the goddess of ice. And yep, it is a tie game, 4 ties, 2 ties. Anyway, that is awesome, you guys. So really cool, and that is a pretty cold still, minus 55. So let's get back to warming up, and that will be a lot warmer here. And that, of course, is our wonderful Kilauea, our Helima Uma'u crater in Kilauea, and that is Hawaii, the big island. That's it for today's stream, you guys. So I'll go fly to the animals. Thank you, Sue. You are awesome, and that is very kind of you. And even though it is a tie, we're all good. I'll finish up the show in the meantime. So I want to say a big thank you to Grandma B and Mars 2028 for their wonderful super chats today. I do have Kathy's birthday written down for Thursday, and that's all good. And want to say a big thank you to all of you out here, and really appreciate each and every one of you that is a part of our Lava family. And thank you for being here. Also, big thanks to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, CND Boy, Piggy, and Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and of course we've got Lucas Snow sometimes, as well as Joseph Fields, and that's all cool. So thank you, moderators. Thanks. Piggy is hopefully sleeping, and thank you. And yeah, Sharon, thanks for keeping track. And thanks, Sue, for being there to do your thing. And also thank you for that wonderful list today again. Really do appreciate that input. And we've got all of them this time. For those people who don't know, there is a bunny eating right now. That's all good. And it is a time for me to wrap up the show. So be good, be kind, take care. And I got to rest because tomorrow I've got that interview. And I'm hoping that the interview will be fruitful and that I will get a decent job out of it, because, you know, it was actually not bad working there before. So we'll go back to doing what I was doing, and we'll see how things go. And I'm sure the money will be about the same, and not the greatest, but you know, it's probably still the same as the other places anyway. It's the going rate nowadays. So we'll leave it at that, and they do have good benefits, though, and we'll see what happens with those. Anyway, got to get the job first, and we'll see how well I do tomorrow. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the good luck wishes. And thanks for being here in the stream. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everyone, for being here and doing your thing. And on that friendly note, it's time to wrap things up. The only thing left to say is please make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Oink, oink.